It's right there. And there's a stall. And they gave you the price action for a reversal. Now, again, assuming we don't have today, we don't know what's going to happen. But at least we have a level, and then we have the price action. Then we read the capital flow, and if it's right, we take it to the long side. It's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just that simple. Now, if you wanted to go for short or whatever, it's just, you know, same thing. If you're short, you're looking at the price action when it gets there. Is it stopping there? It's not. So I'm not going to take it off at that level. It's not stopping at this, 53, 53.4. So I'm not going to take it off there. Next level. Cool. We're finally getting a price action to the upside. So if I'm short, I'm going to take it off there. It's just level to level trading. It's like stupidly easy. If that makes sense.
Yep.
Which is
ES
why,
might
like,
be starting to roll over.
Sorry, say.
I said ES might be starting to roll over.
That was a top tick, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're gonna get another crack at this. If you're looking for a short, 95.50 is probably one.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just
No,
because
it's fine.
we're on gold and not looking at ES.
What was I saying? I forgot what I was gonna say.
Level to level is easy.
Oh yeah, which is why, like, I could trade something like oats, where most people are like, what the fuck are you trading oats for, right? But that's because they don't know how to trade with these levels. It's like, once you get into it, it's like, oh, okay. Like, if I ever decide to teach it, it's like, oh, okay. Like, why wouldn't you trade oats? Like, yeah. I'm just aiming for the next level, which is 426 in oats. Could possibly stop at 435 as well. But yeah, so I'm just holding on. Capital Flow says it's could be a good one, so we'll see. All right. Well, I don't know. I don't know what ES is trying to accomplish here. I am a little bit, I was thinking that it could roll here. I wanted to get up to here a little bit more, like maybe like 4067 or some shit like that, all the way up to like 4609, 25 for a short. But I mean, if it rolls here, I'm not surprised either. I think you can probably take a quick stab at this. Targets down here. I think the better play is probably the bonds. But again, we don't have the price action to support it just yet. So just waiting for that. Anyways, for those new people who just joined the voice, 120, or sorry, 291.20 in meta is going to be a pivotal number. I think it's probably going to try to tag that. I should have called this out, a couple days ago, but yeah, I think it's going to try to tag that. That's going to be your quote unquote line in the sand. Let's see. Yeah, Binman, when you're asking about Canadian dollar, I was actually thinking about it was probably a better. I mean, it could still, but I think it's a better short. But I didn't want to, I didn't have a high conviction for it, which is why I didn't post it as a play today. And usually, if the plays are still in play, the Z plays are still in play, I'll post it again. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll repost that screenshot. Okay. Yeah.
I thought a while back you had mentioned they were still valid or something.
Yeah, I did. You're right. It's just I think for the sake of clarity, I'll post it again because I flag them anyway, so it's not a big deal.
Did the Bank of Japan like have anything to do with changing the CAD?
Actually, a little bit. A little bit. Um, that was hilarious, by the way. That crazy spike. I was like, oh. I don't know if anyone watched it when they announced the rates, but I was watching. I was like, this is pretty fucking wild. But yes, it has quite a bit. I think that, and by the way, like the move down was a little bit too fast. I wanted to get long, I just couldn't get long. It was just way too fast. I think the move down would make a lot of sense, and back up. But I think ultimately this could be a, possible long scenario too. For the let me just double check something real quick. Show you there. Let me know when you're there, Retro.
I'm here, Zero. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the outside reversals that I was talking about is
Yeah.
On a daily. So
Okay.
if you look at my chart right now, or actually,
Yep.
is there a stock you're looking at right now that you want to?
No, you could just I could do Meta. It's fine.
Let's do this. Let's go daily. Okay. So you see these little diamond things?
Yep.
Okay. So those are outside reversals. So essentially what it is, it's a bar that it's engulfing the one previous to it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And it's a reversal bar.
It's something that I pay attention to for a possible reversal. So especially like, let's just say like your dojis, right? So that's a doji right there.
Yep.
For the most part, I don't. Some people say no, it has to be like that in order for it to be a doji. I don't.
Oh, I don't know. Like that's why I don't pay attention to these names.
Exactly, and nor do we care really.
Yeah.
This is something that we pay attention to in my group. It depends where it is, right? Like just like your dojis, if it's just in the middle of nowhere, it's not necessarily important. But if
Right.
it's on the high or low of something with the eye test, which a lot of people do market structure or they look at market structure not knowing that it's not knowing it because they'll just look at a chart like, oh look, it's higher, it's moving higher, which is
Yeah.
essentially higher highs and higher lows. So if you look at this, this could be classified as a doji or
Yep.
outside reversal bar right there.
Oh, I see. You would, yeah, because it just is bigger than the bar before.
Yeah, but it's not just. Yes, it's bigger. 1 second. Let me. Okay. It's it's essentially stealing liquidity from the up and downside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it takes liquidity from the downside, it takes liquidity from the upside.
Right. Right.
So it's just something that I pay attention to. Again, assuming this is we don't know anything, moving forward from this bar. This looks like at the bottom. So it's like, okay, well, are we, gonna hold this? Are we gonna reverse it?
Mhm.
And it very well could. But the thing is, you just pay attention to it and see what the price action is around that area. Because a
Yeah.
lot of times
Yeah.
these will show up at the highs and lows of certain things.
Of the range. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It usually gives a signal like a change is coming, but you don't know if it's right then and there. Right.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like a clue. Like we're trying to reverse. Is it going to happen now? You don't know.
Right.
But that's the same thing with the doji. It's like it depending on where they are, you don't
Yeah.
know. You never know, right? But it gives you a clue. Like, okay, we're trying. Like, there's
Yeah,
action
exactly.
here.
So precisely, it's like just as simple as there's effort.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you, I didn't choose meta on purpose, but if you look at it, I mean, for the most part, it's trying or close to areas. So if you want this, I programmed it myself. So if you want it, I can send you the script for Trading View.
Does it give you
Alerts.
alerts?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Right, I'll send it to you in a bit.
Thank you. But you said there were two different kinds, or is that or you just showed it to me?
So the greens and reds are just simply is it
The different names. Yeah.
yeah, outside reversal lower, outside reversal higher. So this is obviously a lower one because it's it closed on its lows, and this is a higher one because it closed on its highs. That's all.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And then you can look at it from a weekly perspective, which again is a little bit more clear. Like once we get this, even though it's not at the low end, you can see that cool, we have effort. Right? We took out liquidity, now we're moving higher. There's effort. Right? So that's all it really is. Yep.
Okay, cool.
It's very simple. But I'll send it to you later. Give me some time.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's fine.
Hold on, I'm gonna check on something. Hope you didn't take that long and crude, Damon.
I did not. I was looking for the price action to get in a minute ago, but not anymore. Luckily, it did not.
Oh my God, it's selling off. The levels that you gave for like all the other tickers yesterday, those are still good? Like for
No.
NVIDIA, that was a daily situation?
That was a daily. Yeah. Today's only number I have is that meta. Yeah. I have a guest speaker coming. She's been bugging me. I don't know if you guys remember that girl who keeps on messaging me. Hey, can you come to my room? Can you come to my room?
Yeah.
She was like, hey, let's do an exchange. You come to my room, I'll go to your room. It's like, But anyway, she wants to come in. She's fine. I'm afraid, like, I'm afraid of her, she's a good trader, but I'm just afraid of her saying certain things. But anyways, do you guys want it today or do you guys want it next week? You guys.
What time today?
Nothing has been said, so we could do it next week if you guys want. Completely up to you guys.
I mean, I have a call at 11:30, but I would want to hear what she has to say.
You have a call
Next week
with
is
your
my
travel
vote.
agent?
I actually do like other stuff.
No, you don't. You plan your vacations, what you do.
Oh no, but I also travel. Like I also plan my travel around. It's technically work sometimes.
All right, we'll do it next week then.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me ask her. God damn. She trades uh she trades equities, options, and futures. Her husband's like a big wig, some big swinging dick of Wall Street. Good luck, guys. Okay.
Okay.
Bond's put in a reversal, so I'm looking to get long probably at 124.01. I wouldn't buy any strength in this in the equities, by the way. Holy hell. I almost executed 8 lots on bonds, which is insane. Too much. All right, bonds are um, stalling, which is probably a good indication that ES is going to flick. Japanese banks are quite positive. Mitsubishi is up. Ticker symbol was MUFG. For those of you guys who want to do more than just listen, MUFG. Um, Japanese financial group and is doing well, up quite a bit. Surprised with ES stalling. Again, I think Amazon has maybe room up until like 140, was 130, 125, 26, or possibly 130.67.
The lawsuit against Amazon being announced already? Wasn't there some news about Amazon and a lawsuit, a possible?
I think it announced already. I think it was like 3 hours ago, if I'm not mistaken.
All right.
I think. I possibly double check that. Hey Peter, did you hold the NQ trade yesterday all the way to target or no? You sound like a chipmunk, yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay. Good. Got it. Okay. This gets back and fill to about 45.95, and then you want to see if there's continuation there. Price action to the downside in ES. Um, I think yeah. At least I want it back and fill. Not giving it to us though. Is there anything specific you look at foreign bonds price action, or is it the same as everything else? I personally don't really love the price action as of now, but I am long. And I wouldn't be surprised if I'm completely wrong on this, Chow, where it stops me out and then it goes to 130, 123.01 before actually reversing it. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. 123.01 is a major level. We're coming back into that 45.95, guys. That's the number we're looking at. Okay, touched it, tagged it, wait for the price action to tell us otherwise. And so, I mean, we're not in the AOE, but if this is something that we want, I mean, if we're looking for a short, you can get at. We got numbers coming out in 20 minutes. So, guess hold.
We had
Um, Excuse me. No price action yet. Still 20 minutes until Michigan sentiment. So I'll probably wait for that. Uh, hmm. If you're not in trade, probably wait until the numbers come out. JJ, I don't know if you're here, but go look at the Z plays. There's a bond trade. Keeps going in and out of this room. Do you guys hear that too?
What?
Well, no, I don't hear anything.
Someone keeps on joining, or is it just the streamer that hears it? It's like
I think your stream. It must be
Oh.
you
I hear it too.
hearing. Oh, you do?
Oh, you-
I
You guys
have
probably have the.
notifications too, Cho.
You have to turn those notifications off.
Yeah, they're fucking annoying, dude.
How do
Yeah.
you turn it off?
I don't know. It's
is
like
it-
they ring and they don't even.
No,
It's like delayed as well. It's not even good.
It's like I hear people join the stream, get off
And
the
then
stream,
leave.
join the
And
stream.
then it's
Oh, it's
but
so
nobody's done
annoying.
anything, right? Like here, look, I'll try and type something.
No.
It's,
It's no, not that. I'm talking about like joining the voice stream.
Wow,
Like,
so-
if you type
Your voice stream or your
the voice stream. So I
Or
just took a
the-
picture. So it's Jack bid X ass spread. I think it was him that keeps on joining and getting off or some shit like that. Or tasty trades, I don't know. But someone's doing that. It's fucking annoying. All right, let me fucking disable all notification sounds. Okay, cool. Oh, it's fucking annoying. It's a lot better. Thanks, Joe. We got like Imperator, I so appreciate you sending me that screenshot, but you do realize that your stuff's in German. So man. He sent me a screenshot of how to turn it off, but it's in German.
It's funny.
I know. Thanks, Imperator. Fucking John's gonna make me buy this monitor that costs like $2,000 or some shit. All right, just keep on waiting for that number. Don't get involved, especially if you have, you know, some kind of combine account or whatever. You're just gonna get ass, dude. Just get screwed. Um, are you from Germany too, Timmy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit! I actually met a German guy yesterday, and
Oh, I
dude
see.
spoke like perfect Chinese Mandarin. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, my English is not that good, to be honest.
I actually questioned if he's really from Germany. He had zero accent, zero anything. I was like, "Oh." But I mean, there's no reason for him to lie about that. Ooh, how much is this monitor?
Should be like 1.5K.
Fuck. I kind of want a curved monitor.
No.
No, bad. See.
I think those have like those slight curve
Or, okay.
versus are okay. Yeah.
Yeah. My current setup is slight curve.
Yeah. I have a slight curve and I like it.
Yeah. I was I like curve. I just don't want massive curves. But I also need to buy 2 monitors, and I'm a weirdo. I like them to be exactly the same. I
Oh,
don't-
yeah.
yeah.
Like 2 different
It annoys
heights.
me. It affects my trading. Goddamn it! Having 2 separate monitors, like they're not lined up properly.
Yeah, that would
I
be
have
annoying, actually.
Chow. I if I'm going somewhere long periods. So I don't know if you were following me then, but I was living in Thailand for a bit, and then I would just buy monitors. Uh, like, I'm not gonna sacrifice my trading for it. And then when I had to go into quarantine for 5 days, my wife had her um coworkers, let's just call them coworkers, um, uh, drop off monitors to our quarantine hotel. And then when I travel, let's just say like when I was at Qatar, I would have I have portable monitors. ES is within that zone, but we still have 10 minutes until the news, so I'm not getting too much involved yet. Thanks, Chow. for me, Chow, I absolutely need the monitor, so I just have to, deal with it. But I actually don't like traveling if I'm really having to work. Um, and usually like areas that say I have a quote unquote somewhat of a base, meaning like San Francisco, LA, Hong Kong. I have like monitors in every single location. So if I go to like SF, I have a monitor there set up already. And if I'm not there, friends or family can use it at the meantime, but it's known that once I'm back, I take it. Um, so they're cool with that. Yeah, it is. And in LA, I have like a 55-inch monitor. Into the zone, kind of reversing. Don't really care. Um, still gotta wait until news hits. Should be out in 7 minutes. I think Numbers has like a crazy ass fucking setup. Don't you? Numbers like some
It's not.
monitor.
It's reasonable. Because I'm not at my main house in Pennsylvania at the moment. With living in Denver, it's pretty much 2 laptops, PC, and a 55-inch monitor.
When you travel, what do you do?
When I travel, I typically set up camp for about a month at a place, and then I go purchase a TV/monitor. I don't like traveling for really less than a month, so I can really be settled in.
Makes sense.
Everyone has this idea that, oh, I'm going to travel and trade off my laptop.
Bullshit.
Yeah, unless you are primarily a quant trader with co-located boxes, yeah, that's not happening.
Or you're just pretending to trade and you're just really a content creator.
Yes. Speaking of trade in VR, I'm waiting for the Vision Pro to release. I will purchase the Vision Pro when it releases.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm tempted, but I don't know. I don't know what the lag is on it.
I would assume exceedingly minimal. And for 3,500 or whatever, or 4,000, I think that's reasonably priced.
That was the base price.
Yeah, that's fine. Actually, I'll simply expense it.
Risk mitigation at 124.09 in lines. If we get there. News in 5. And get some water. Be right back.
He needs some milk. If nuclear war commences, I have enough firearms to arm everyone in this chat plus more, so we're good to go. However, we went to see Oppenheimer while really high, and that was the dream.
Yeah. I want to see it, but I'm like, do I really want to sit in a theater for 3 hours?
You haven't seen it, or you have?
I have not. I really want to. I'm dreading sitting in a movie theater for 3 hours, but my friend went and he's like, it's really worth it.
There's
So-
one issue as well, though. Finding tickets during the weekend that are not directly on the screen.
Right.
And it's,
I did look for tickets and I was like, I'm not sitting in the front. Like, this is stupid.
yeah, it's
So I'm going to try to go like off hours, like Monday at 1 p.m. or some shit like that. Or 4 p.m. when the market closes.
yeah, times you're gonna have a bunch of guys and they're all by themselves, licking their lips, giving you weird looks.
Yeah, I have to see
rubbing the
Barbie
hand
also. I haven't seen Barbie either, but I'll wait for that.
What was that, Walter? Oppenheimer wasn't good? Can you use it 1 minute? Is that what that means? Oppenheimer and Barbie's no good?
Oh, I think he's saying Barbie X Oppenheimer check. Oh, a vote? Okay.
Oh. I heard Barbie sucks.
What?
That's what I
No,
heard.
it didn't.
It was good?
That's what I heard.
Well, that's
I mean, look at it. It looks good.
I'm more of a Johnny fan.
What was I gonna say?
Same here. I'm watching both and I'm enjoying both. I'm excited for both.
I'm gonna watch Oppenheimer. I heard that was good, but 3 hours long. Jesus.
Also a fan of Cillian Murphy. He's such a great actor. If anybody's seen Peaky Blinders, it's like my favorite show. Cillian, why are you calling him Cillian? No, it's Killian. It's pronounced Killian with a K.
Because he's Irish, right?
Yeah.
That's like I mean, we still call them the Celtics, but it's supposed to be Celtics.
All right. Oh.
News out.
Oh, wait, Chow, you're ruining it for people. I didn't see it.
Everyone missed out yesterday on stalking me when I was momentarily streaming my cycling. My name was up on there. Guys,
Oh, nobody took a screenshot.
no, the only person that we were watching for 30 seconds was G Trader, and then I stopped streaming.
That's too funny.
I'm getting a reversal in ES. JJ, did you get in bugs? I risk mitigated in bonds just now. Oh yeah, I forget you mainly scout. No price action yet for ES. So despite anything, I don't want it. We did get it for the Aussie dollar. I didn't post it because I felt like there's better ones out there. But we did get it there. Euro, we didn't get down to the level I was looking for, so that's a no-go. Same with the Swiss, we never got down there. Aussie dollars is the only one which I didn't post, which is, yeah.
You missed my 2 hour long rant yesterday, Zero.
Wow, what happened? What were you ranting about?
Primarily about what's Tasty Trades has a bunch of questions about retail since he's new or quantitative finance, so on and so forth. Ended up being a pretty long spiel about requiring a systematic, a well-seasoned pillow because you're going to dry. A fully systematized approach, and that doesn't necessarily entail coding, but being able to thoroughly backtest your methodology and have heuristics to which you adhere for trade execution. And without that, it's simply gambling. And if anyone says otherwise, they simply are wrong. No ifs, ands, or buts about that.
Yep. Makes sense.
But feelings were probably hurt in the process. I had no idea what the fuck Morpheus was even saying. Oh my god. Jesus.
Who?
Morpheus or
Oh, dude, that guy. Oh my god. I know some of the people in here actually talk to him, so I'm gonna keep my opinion to myself. But yeah, I will agree with what you're about to say about him.
Oh no, I don't really have much to say besides
I don't know. He comes in and goes, "I'm long here." It's like, okay, who the fuck asked? Who the fuck asked where you're long, where you're targeting? And he would just keep on typing shit like that. It's like,
if he comes in here and says he's long, I'm gonna immediately respond. What we talking? 10 inches, 12 inches?
yeah, he does that. He used to come in here and do that, and then I think it was Harvey or someone else said, "Who the fuck asked?" Like someone put that. I don't know, but he used to do that all the time in here.
Oh, I recollect. And this is a room for trading. Stop talking about anything else but that. And that's okay. Cool. I'm here to shoot the shit when I have downtime, but also if people have questions, I'm more than content to elaborate on nearly anything that somebody inquires.
Oh, get it.
So yes, I'd like to ask, since you mentioned Morpheus, could you explain the whole interbanking system a bit to me? Because I talked to him probably everyone sees that. Because I like to talk to everybody, since I'm not that experienced as a trader. I like to get as much information as I can, and you seem to be very knowledgeable. So yes, interbanking stuff. So I read up on it yesterday a bit. As far as I understand, the banks are mostly trading with other banks directly, right? And there are some facilitators, of course, for big clients. So there are brokers who position some big clients' positions. Yes, could you just elaborate a bit on that? So,
Interbank market is going to be a direct representation of the main liquidity providers. And when I say liquidity providers, I'm referring to, let's say, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, HSBC, which are primary, and then some governments are going to be executing through there as well. But that's going to be a direct representation of what's being executed and what's being offered. If someone wants to fill $100 million, $200 million of currency, that's pretty easily executable on the interbank market. But retail, unless you have over $50 million, you're not going to have any semblance of access to the interbank market. You're going to be primarily relegated to quote unquote retail brokers, which retail doesn't have any need to be. Well, they would disagree. Retail doesn't have any
What the
need.
fuck just happened? Did I get disconnected?
What? What did you say?
I think yeah.
But yes, interbank market is going to be a direct representation of really what's available in terms of liquidity. However, Morpheus's remark regarding, oh, you can only trade currency futures because that's centralized and that's the main volume. There are other ways to extrapolate volume, which with a 94% degree of confidence is going to accurately represent how many transactions are occurring in a market. So to say that, oh, you need currency futures to actually trade currencies is not accurate whatsoever. This all returns to people don't have success with currencies because their stops are excessively tight. They're undercapitalized and they're looking to say, oh, I'm going to trade pound futures or spot pound USD for, let's say, a 7 pip stop loss, when realistically you need to be working with a 15 pip, 16 pip stop loss and looking for slightly larger swing moves. These are not primarily assets which you're going to be scalping for a couple pips here and there, as that's primarily noise. People really don't like the premise that a lot of low time horizon trading is trading that of noise because they are undercapitalized. You can see much larger returns when you are trading a lower time horizon, but outside of that, it really isn't realistic and sustainable.
So let's discuss an average position. What is the intent of the bank in that case? Is it to hedge or is it to speculate? Because I don't understand the speculation part. I could understand the hedging part, but I don't know why a bank would speculate with another bank, I guess.
Interbank market is primarily going to be execution of currency swaps for companies and businesses that are transacting outside of US dollars. Then the only individuals taking speculative positions are going to be quote unquote a company requesting a hedge on their existing exposure to a different market. Because if you go through quarterly statements, some companies are losing 4 or 5% in a quarter due to currency swap differences. So they might seek to hedge that in the interbank market, or a fund, HFT, well, primarily hedge fund, what might be looking to then speculate. The main speculative investments are primarily going to be hedge fund. Interbank market between banks is going to be for currency swaps to facilitate whether it's hedging for a corporation or hedging their own risk and exposure in other markets.
Okay. So wouldn't a national bank that has good connections to the central bank of that country have an extremely big advantage if they know what the central bank is going to do in a short time frame?
What do you mean by short time frame? Because most of those positions are going to be held either quarterly or biannually.
Okay, I would have said like 2 to 4 weeks.
One bank, unless it's JP Morgan, unless it's really JP Morgan or one or two of the others, they don't have enough money to move it as much as they desire over the course of 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. JP Morgan could if they wanted, but outside of a select group, moving major pairs is exceedingly improbable. You could throw $100 million, $200 million into pound US dollar, three
Yeah,
hash.
Okay, but what if the central bank, like the BOJ now, just announced a rate hike or basically control of the yield curve, which obviously affected the yen? If you know that as a Japanese bank, you could position yourself for that or not.
Yeah, you could speculate and position yourself for where the market is pricing it. That's true of US. You can say, if you look at CME Fed Tracker, CME Fed Tracker will say the market is pricing in 96% certainty of a rate hike. Therefore, individuals will position themselves as such. If you want to have exposure that a rate hike will not occur, you are going to be in the minority, and there probably is going to be skewed upside on that position because the market has already priced in a move.
Okay, but it sounds to me like there is substantial risk involved, because if a central bank of one country is in cahoots with another bank of said country, and they position themselves before the central bank announces some kind of activity that might shoot the currency up or down in a pair, that would be quite risky involved for the other participants who would be engaging in any kind of hedging or, I guess, positions.
Well, that's why the market moves abruptly during large economic announcements, as liquidity is pulled and the market then moves more abruptly. It's not the responsibility of participants. It depends on your risk profile. If someone says go trade FOMC or go trade CPI prints, your stop loss most likely is going to have to be in magnitude of 4 to 5 times larger. Certain economic events are going to entail risk, and whether or not you want exposure to said events on an intraday basis is completely different than a quarterly or biannual time horizon. On a biannual time horizon, unless a CPI print comes in exceptionally hot, your thesis isn't going to change. It's a global you're expressing a global macro thesis through currencies. I've worked with quite a few funds where they have they are global macro theses, but they trade in between that on an intraday basis, not only to function as a hedge, but also to further improve overall P&L if their thesis comes to fruition. There are numerous components to it in the time horizon.
Okay. So how big is the liquidity in the currency market compared to, let's say, the equity market, for example?
I don't track CFDs. CFDs are going to have a reasonably decent percentage, but I want to say on currencies, you're often looking at between 4 and 5 trillion a day traded
No, okay.
versus,
Sorry.
versus let's say, granted, ES futures notional value traded per day is often going to be between 200 and right now 225 billion to 200 or to about 350 billion notional traded per day on ES futures.
Yes.
The risk of ruin for most of retail is unfortunately exceedingly high because of the amount of leverage involved with trading.
Yeah, for sure. That's obviously that's baked in the stats. But the big players can't only live on retail, right?
Oh, well, yeah, retail is an exceedingly percentage of the P&L for really anyone. The only P&L they generate is to some extent liquidity because the stop losses are far too tight. That's really the issue. Is a game is being played because of the undercapitalization of retail. Retail is playing a game of, they're playing in a maze of noise as opposed to a larger time horizon. How frequently do you see or hear, oh, I was stopped out twice and then the position went in my favor? It's because your stop is far too tight and you're playing in noise.
So I play on a very small time horizon, and my strategy as of late has been to risk mitigate. Well, I guess I don't risk mitigate in that sense, but go BE as soon as it moves against me, and I try to capture small moves. I have some targets that are a bit far out, but yeah, I put a lot of focus on risk management, basically everything. And I found that I've had quite a bit of success lately.
Well, how long, and this isn't intended to be disparaging, but how long have you been trading?
Trading with crypto and options a bit over 2 years, futures for 8 months now.
Okay.
And yes, so for futures, I found that as soon as I risk mitigate quite early on, as soon as I'm in the position, and I don't allow almost any kind of drawdown, I'm basically fine. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Well, this is entirely a game of risk management. That's retail and even most institutional. Unless you're HFT, people don't have alpha, they have edge. Alpha decays exceedingly quickly, which is why HFT performs large grid searches and hyperparameterization. If someone can't manage their risk, they're not going to remain as a trader or portfolio manager, whatever, for particularly long. If you can find a mechanism to manage your risk well, that allows you to have skewed upside on your positions, then you have a far greater probability of success.
Yeah, I mean, if I have 5 trades, they move maybe 1 to 2 points, then go against me, but I'm out BE at that point. And I have 1 trade who goes 4 to 6 points, and I take that. And that's basically everything I do. It works, right? Mathematically.
Yes, as I said, it provides skewed upside. For example, almost all my strategies are running anywhere from very low end of the spectrum, 23%, high end of the spectrum, 35% over the past 5 years, 6 years. Almost all of them have exceedingly low win rates, but that's because my upside is well skewed. And I'm only positioning myself in circumstances where I have heavily skewed upside.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw my win rate drop drastically as soon as I went this method I just described. So I'm over the last months I'm also at like 30%, 35% actually.
And I often will evaluate the validity of a strategy based on being preferential towards a lower win rate. Lower win rates are not often dependent upon market regime versus a high win rate nearly guarantees upon shift in market regime, it's improbable you will continue to be profitable. Most traders with 80 to 90% win rates, even 70%, it doesn't last all too long.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your opinion.
Oh wow, chat went quiet for the past 16 minutes. Listening to Tough Love. Does anyone watch Black Mirror or no?
There's a new season out, right?
Yeah, I watched one episode last night. Joan is horrible or whatever. And surprisingly good. It's a good representation of society, but the ending is it's a considerably more satisfactory ending than I would have anticipated.
Oh well.
I've never watched Black Mirror before, but last night was spending time with a person and they wanted to watch something.
Hollywood has a writer's problem anyway.
What?
Hollywood has a writer's problem anyway, so I don't know if any of you guys saw Foundation, the series that's based on the books of Asimov. The books are great. Of course, he wrote them, I don't know, 50 years ago or something like that. So they have some questionable views sometimes, but overall they make for great sci-fi. And of course, they reinterpreted everything, added some things that are not in the book, and it's all, yeah, it's not for me, to be honest. They ruined the whole novels, for me at least.
In Walther in 2017, 18, 19, I was actively trading crypto, and then KYC became, so I didn't invest per se. I had a bit of a gamble in 2013 when I had bought some. 2013, oh God, I was 17 at the time. Yeah. 16, 17 at the time in 2013. Ended up purchasing some, kept it in cold storage, but I was actively trading in 17, 18, 19 before KYC became a bit more stringent, and then lost access to perpetual futures on Binance, Bybit, and I can't think of the other exchange, but interesting people in that space, to say the least.
So you would have knowledge about how the exchanges operate, right? In terms of their own prop desk and what they are trying to do with bigger players. What's your opinion on that?
Oh, you're referring to OTC?
Yes, basically.
When I was active, there was much institutional participation. Therefore, the OTC desks were not overly present during that given time. It was exceedingly easy. One could easily manipulate the market if they had a group of 4 or 5 people where you could push price around, and it was fun. But once you began to have institutional participation along with co-located servers, it became substantially more complex to start pushing around a market and on Binance, Perps, or any of the other platforms. But KYC was timed pretty well. That phased out crypto from anything I was doing because of KYC. And if I don't have access to leverage, crypto isn't even worthwhile. But also, other issue with crypto doesn't scale well. If someone wants to trade intraday large positions, it's going to be futures and more futures, and not perps. With Binance perps, once you're over a position value of, I want to say 2-3 million, you only have 2 or 3 to 1 leverage. That doesn't take you too far. 2 to 3 to 1 leverage. One of the individuals that I knew, which I have remained in contact with him, but he exclusively used to trade crypto. Then in 2019, 2020, he transitioned it into index futures because he couldn't continue to scale at all anymore. And he had exposure on usually 4 or 5 exchanges, but he could not continue scaling his positions. Unfortunately, that's why he ended up in futures. Most of the large crypto traders have transitioned into futures.
Are they skilled enough?
Of the group of which I was a member, yes. Almost all of them are.
Okay. So, okay, yeah. I guess you have to be if you want to succeed.
Who the fuck is this person? I do think crypto is a good location for many people to begin. Well, it used to be that we're undercapitalized due to position sizing, but with there now no longer being access to perps in the US, it's tough to say where is the most prudent location to begin for low cost of capital trading. Or just sign up with an offshore broker. I'm not recommending that. Full disclosure.
Yeah, but crypto offers some nice market analysis tools, right? That go quite deep and you don't have to pay for them or very little. So you can actually have quite a good, Crypto Quant, for example, and so on. You probably know those sites. They were,
The barriers to entry are considerably lower because data is essentially free compared to, oh boy, I want to say not including my market data subscriptions. I'm only referring to historical data sets. If someone wants a historical data set on ES going back to, let's say, 2010, good quality tick data is going to run about $5,000 to $6,000 going back to 2010 on ES. And then if you want to throw NASDAQ, gold, and all the other data sets in there, you're easily looking at $200,000 for data. Then you start looking at your market data plugins so that you can train and test your models on exactly the same data, then trade them. Your annual market data subscriptions with Colo is, 100,000 to 150,000 a year too, versus crypto. The barriers are not present, which you encounter in other markets, particularly futures. Equities is even worse.
And there are some very knowledgeable people who work in the quant space, crypto quant space, who actually give away some very good information for free, basically.
No, almost all of them have transitioned to the institutional side.
Yeah, many are actually there yet, and I don't know. Inspo Crypto probably a name for you. He's a German dude. Don't know.
The
Probably.
thing is, for example, let's say Citadel, Susquehanna, Two Sigma, HRT, Rivers Trading, all of them have crypto divisions for market making. If someone says, hey, do you want to do work, quote unquote, work for yourself and maybe do well, or go work at Citadel, make $400,000 base salary, and then receive a 30 to 40% P&L split, because technically Citadel Securities is a prop shop. Every day of the week, someone is going to say, oh yeah, I'll go take a $400,000 salary and receive a 30 to 40% P&L split on any of the money I generate, because I don't have to risk my own capital. I don't have to pay for co-location fees, market data, anything else. Almost always you're going to go to an institutional side because they can throw money at you.
What's your long-term prognosis on BTC?
I don't have one.
I don't have one.
It's unless I really have a position on. If I had a long-term bias or thesis, I would have that directly expressed in the market, and I don't. And I've always found it a bit fascinating when people either are exceedingly dogmatic regarding their beliefs, but that's not directly expressed in the market, particularly if they are traders. And oh yeah, this definitely is going to happen. It's, well, do you have a position on? Are you long? Are you short? Oh no, I don't. I simply think it's going to happen. Oh, therefore, what you're telling me is you don't really believe it's going to occur, because if you did with a high degree of certainty, you'd have a position put on.
Yeah, I think so. I followed the Twitter space. Many went quite silent. So then there over the past, I don't know, 1 year, I guess.
Well, crypto's been in consolidation for pretty much a year now. That's when a lot of people lose their money. Actually, let's see. I hope I still have these charts. Hold on. Trying to find a couple equivalents. Fuck, my legs hurt. Let's see. This minute. Ow, my shoulder. Oh, these parameters just are going to take a long time. What is different? 246, 246. Don't you love when you can't find people on LinkedIn? There, oh jeez. Oh, this guy looks to be a great uncle or grandfather. I don't know which, but uh, maybe this is the right guy. I don't know. Oh, office hours. I think prefers the Tundra.
I'm gonna risk mitigate at 46, 4,650 and a half. FY. Did anyone else get in? Nice. Did you risk mitigate already?
Mhm.
Yeah, I got stopped once too, but I went in with half size. Um, you know. Oh, nice. Mhm.
Yeah,
I'm in, but I burned myself pretty hard getting into it.
Bateman, we got to review that because
No, you're
I
gonna.
think, you know, early on when we were before the group started, the private group. Nice. Yeah. Before the group started, I thought, and this is not a shade to you, or don't take this uh risk mitigated. I'm not trying to like talk down to you or say anything negative, okay? So don't take it like in
Mhm.
an offending way. I always thought that you had good entries. I just didn't know that how many times you took to get those good entries. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So we got to work on that. I don't know if you're following your duck list or not. Um, but yeah, you need to kind of work on that. I don't, are you following your duck list?
Yeah. Actually, I've been doing very well at that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't take my entries at all how I used to. Like now, I
Okay.
just
I,
do.
I know you're getting a lot better.
But
But
then
yeah.
days like today happen.
Yeah.
And I get a little tilted, and no, then the duck list goes out the window, and I turn into
Okay.
a dumbass.
Yeah. Okay. Um.
But yeah, we can talk about it later.
Yep. Yep. Chia, can you tell me your entry price? Two. Ooh. Okay. I see why you did that. What time frame are you using again? 5 seconds or 1 minute? 5. Okay. So if you read my journal, um, you wanted to get back into the LB area, right? And then once you gets back into the LB area, where does it create another LB in on the 5 second? Right. So your entry should have been probably 0575. Stops above the high, and you would have risk mitigated already. The reason why I don't love your 0250 grab, and I'm assuming your stops at the high of the day, hence your risk mitigations at 97.50 or something. It should be at 97.50 if you entered at 0225, sorry. 0225, so do that. So your risk mitigation is 97.25. What I don't like about that, and this is why I keep on saying price is king. Look at assuming we know nothing that transpired the second you entered, right? So you entered, let's just say like right here, right? I don't know if you're watching, but if you are, let's just say you entered, right here, right? Without seeing anything, your 1-to-1 risk mitigation will have you really needing to take out this wick. And I'm not saying that's not possible. I'm just saying it's harder. You know what I'm saying? Like the price came down, V reversal there, and if you're trying to, that area is going to be defended, is what I'm saying, right? So once it does click down there, and let's just say it does get to 98.25, 98.75, that's going to be a defended area. So it's kind of dangerous to do that, if that makes sense. Like, despite I get that was a rush entry, but you still have to look and be like, that could be dangerous. We could definitely not get down there and have the market shift on us. If you're able to risk mitigate way before then it's easier and risk free, if that makes sense. You kind of understand what I'm trying to get at. Like structurally, it looks tough to get through, and this is what I mean by like, don't because a lot of people in this entire Discord they're so focused on entry and entry only, and that's all they give a shit about. Well, yeah, you can get a good entry, but then you're just praying that it works in your direction. Whereas if you map out your trade and be like, wait a minute, if I enter here, it's going to be tough for me to get. It's going to be tough for me to get out or whatever, risk mitigate. So for me, I entered at 0225 with half size, knowing that if it does run in my direction, it's just going to keep running. But at the same time, I'm also waiting for it to come again and I'll add the rest of my size. Now I'm able to risk mitigate at a much better, area, which is at 4600 and a half, 4600 and a half. But yeah, I think you understand what I'm getting at. And if anyone else in here doesn't understand, let me know.
Those zones zero you've got there, are those your proprietary system, or
They are my setups, and I have a section, a private section in here, that I send out the plays so that people can focus on the entries instead of trying to find edge and trying to perfect your entries. It's for them to kind of be like, okay, well, Zero kind of did almost everything else for me, right? Like reading the market, reading the flows, everything. Now I just have to execute. And whether it works for them, I don't know if they think it works for them thus far, or if they like it, but it just gives them something that to rely on. Because I think sometimes, Timmy, I think a lot of people starting off trading, they'll trade their system, or they're trying to find an edge or try to replicate, someone else. But they don't fully trust it, whether it's their own system, and they doubt it. And for me, and other people can chime in, Harvey, Number, Retro, whether they agree or disagree, would be cool. But for me, I try to be, because I'm not that smart of a guy, I don't know how to program. I try to be as systematic and as automated as possible on my end, for entries, for reading the market and everything, to find an edge. And I think a lot of people, when they start off trading, they'll kind of be too discretionary, and they don't trust their system. And what would happen is that even if they find edge, they'll either switch systems once it doesn't work, or they'll skip out on certain trades or setups, thinking that maybe they got burned the last 2 times or 10 times, not knowing that the next 10 times it's going to work beautifully for you. And oftentimes what would happen is that they'll either stop trading, or they'll change something, and it ultimately screws them.
Yeah, I can totally see that.
Yeah, Chia, that was I hope that wasn't a bottom tick for you. But I might take maybe 2 more off at 99.75.
So you re-entered on the second test, I see. Or
I entered once, half size. Give me a quick second. Let me see something real quick. All right. I entered once. The true. If this prints 0375, I think this could be no good anymore. Yeah, I entered half size, and then knowing that if the market slips and is potential rug pull, then I'll just take that. It could just keep on running, because right here, let me show you this. For me, sometimes when a market does something like this, so higher highs, higher lows, whatever, right? Sometimes it'll do this, and it'll shift and create what we assume would be something like this. But sometimes they'll do this, they'll shift, come back up, and then just go straight down. And it won't even have a decent pullback, and then keep going. They'll just shit the bed and come all the way down, right? And then I'll have a really shallow pullback, and then continue to go lower. So I wasn't exactly sure if that was the case, because we did have a shift here, or somewhere around here, and then come down. So I wasn't exactly sure, and I was using, we were in this area, and I thought this was the possible shift, and then once that happened, it just top ticked and just ran. So I wasn't sure about that, so I wanted to switch off and see if if I was right. I'm at break even at 0575. I don't really like that break. I mean, it could potentially come up to 0550 or even here and then reverse down. But yeah. So I wasn't sure, Timmy. I wasn't sure if that was just going to continue to keep on breaking.
Yeah, I didn't follow it anyway, but I just was curious.
Yeah. So whenever it's I will add on to plays, but it's a strategic add-on. It's not just adding it to a loser like people do. I will add on to plays, meaning strategically or knowingly at half size. I would never do full size, So if I'm trying to scale into a position, I don't think it's a bad idea, as long as you know what you're trying to do. So if this is the zone and now we made a reversal, or I think it's a reversal, and the high is at 07, 25 or 0750, I don't mind adding on to size, half size, and that's it, and then just see it run. Like I think it's perfectly okay to do that. So
Not good.
hopefully that's a top thing.
Mm.
I'm sorry, Chia. And Chia, this is the thing. It's like we need to work on your entries a little bit, because this should have been a risk-free trade for you at this point. And then just like yesterday, where the NQ one worked beautifully, like you and I think you were in it, where we totally didn't get it. Good thing Peter and Postino got it. And then Harvey complaining on the side.
Ooh, you might be saved, actually.
So 01 or 4600 could be it. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take only one off since one. Yeah, one's fine. If you get risk mitigated, I think I think it's gonna go to target. Actually, I don't know, because I can see a possible stall at 94 as well. Just a FYI, to Peter and Chia and to whoever else got in.
But the levels that you have there with the indicator, this is your system basically. So you develop this by your own.
I'm very cautious to say that I developed it, because trading is so, there's almost nothing new under the sun. I especially from a discretionary standpoint. Like if you want to say like what Numbers does is totally different, because he's programming something. I don't know if his would be considered new. But I wouldn't call it my own, because I've learned from a lot of old pit traders. And I'm very fortunate to have known those people. And I still know them, but and yeah, I'm fortunate that they've taught me. So I wouldn't call it my system. I think it's a little bit too braggy to say it's my system. But it is a system I use that I post out for people here. If that makes sense. Sorry for the
Yeah.
long drawn out explanation. I just don't like to
No,
say it's
perfect. I mean, I like it. The many the better.
it's a combination of a lot of people I've learned from, and including the 3 or 4 old pit guys that I learned from, and Ira Harris, he's an ex board member of CME.
Okay, you should know some stuff, I guess.
Yeah, he definitely, I mean, he's fucking amazing.
That's basically sitting at the source.
Yeah, I mean, that guy's fucking amazing. Like I'll write up reports like a couple months ago. I wrote up like a 5-page report about what I was seeing in the market. I emailed it to him. I emailed it to Andrew as well. Oh, Andrew's another guy that I learned a lot from. He's an ex-senior analyst from with Paul Tudor Jones. And no, I do not have access to Paul Tudor Jones. There's a lot of people who ask. I do not. but I learned a lot from him as well. So I emailed it to them, and it's great to have access to people like that, because then they'll be able to give you feedback as to if I'm reading the market correctly. And when I say the market, it's not like a 2-minute chart, 5-second chart. To them, they'll, and I remember this when I first met them. I was like I was looking at like and I thought I was being like, because I used to trade like Fat Cat. I would definitely not as successful as Fat Cat, but used to trade like Fat Cat, where it's like DOMs and fucking time and sales and shit. And then I thought I was trying to be like bigger time frame. I was like, oh yeah, I see this on an hourly chart. And I remember them saying like they rarely look at an hourly chart, like rarely. Like that's their entry time frame. And to me that blew my fucking mind. I was like, why? Like the hell? And they're like, I barely even look at a daily because the daily is noisy to them. So imagine what they think of a 2-minute chart, 5-second chart or something. To them, a daily is noisy as hell.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I don't know if you saw
You
it.
could,
Sorry.
Chia, you could definitely do that. Sorry, Timmy, go ahead.
I don't know if you saw it yesterday with the yield curve announcement of the BOJ. You could actually see quite a big block drop in the USD yen a minute and 30 before ES reacted. So I don't know. Do you guys consider market information efficiencies to be quite a good way to trade for retail as well?
Yeah, definitely. That's the basis of what we do is like, capital flow of looking at everything. I got stopped out at break even.
Because that was quite an amazing tell, actually.
Well, I mean, just like I was telling one of the guys, and I said it a couple days ago, where I have a million alerts not going off. Like this morning when I, after the Bank of Japan, announced their interest rates, I had 92 alerts, and that's, telling me a lot of what the market's trying to do. So, at any given second, not even day, I have at least probably 500 alerts set already, and some kind of system to kind of like alert me to pay attention to this because this is moving, or it's creating some kind of whatever it may be, so I can trade it.
So on all kind of
Yeah,
different
I've
intermarket tickers.
Sorry,
that
say that one
correlate.
time.
So on all kinds of tickers that correlate or inversely correlate to the market.
Yeah, I don't just trade ES, right? Like
Yeah.
right now, like I'm short oats for fuck's sakes, and I'm long bonds. So, and I was short ES. But yeah, I mean, I have just for ES alone, I probably have at the very least 20 alerts tied to it, meaning certain things will tell me what ES is trying to accomplish. Whether it's whether it's the ES, the bonds, the dollar index, the VIX, the Aussie, the yen, the gold, stuff like that. That's all tied to capital flow. Like you can't just look at ES or NQ and just say, oh yeah, it's bullish or bearish. There's a lot of factors into what makes something bullish or bearish than just price movement. And those people and there's nothing, like, it's not like I don't do price movement either. It's not that I don't look at price movement, but I use that as a confirmation, as part of my duck list that I look at in order for me to take a trade. Most notably, it's like Bayman and I were discussing about gold, and he was thinking a long in gold yesterday, and I said based on the based on market structure or price action, it's a decent long. However, based on capital flow, what I'm reading is that it's a no go. Like you shouldn't, despite whether you're in a level or you're some type of support resistance. It doesn't matter. It's just not a good long, and you should stay out of it. So it's just a I want to, it's an indicator, not like in a traditional sense as a chart indicator, but it's an indicator what if you should be long or short.
Yeah, I totally agree. So I found the most success as well looking at lots of correlated markets.
Yeah.
Aussie USD is a carry trade as well, right?
Sorry, say it again.
Australian dollar is a carry trade as well, right?
Yeah. Like I'm not gonna say his name, but he was saying how how the FX market are it's fake, and it's completely foolish to think or say that. Just saying it's fake volume or some shit. Fucking stupid. Zero, the market session, New York, London, Asia indicator. You made it. Jackie, I for the most part just kind of I didn't make it myself, and but I basically just stole it. Like I stole it and I just made it my own. Meaning like there was an indicator on TradingView. I kind of liked what he had, and I just changed it to my own. I don't really know how to code. I just steal shit. Like my previous job when I was, when I needed to code something like VBA or something, I'll just steal it and just put codes all together and then try to figure it out.
Jackie, the indicator is called Market Sessions by Leviathan. It's quite a good one. I can post it actually. Wait.
I can share mine too if you wanted, Jackie. Gatsby, I'm not saying Fat Cat doesn't look at higher time frame. I'm just saying for the most part, everything is really based, a lot of people in here, a lot of it's based on like a zoomed in, chart. And my point was that, well, to them, a daily is noisy.
Could be a weak high coming up, right?
I've no clue. This is interesting move. Like you're long in Bitcoin. Okay. I think as a day trade, that's fine. It's not really at a level for me to go long, but I think it's okay. to me, the long in Bitcoin, and this is not only hindsight. Those that have been hearing me ramble for a long, long time, it was actually, on the date March 9th, there was a major level there that I was screaming to get long. Are you talking about ES or are you talking about Bayman, are you talking about ES or are you talking about crude or what are you talking about?
Yeah, and ES, we've been just grinding against that level that you had all morning.
Yeah.
Like
The
almost to the
AOE.
tick.
Yeah.
It's magic.
I mean,
Magic defends my stop right now.
actually, Harvey hasn't really been. Um, one second, guys. I'll be right back, guys.
Well, right, as the saying goes, if you never close the position, it's not a realized loss.
That sounds like the chick from Sam Bankman-Fried with no stop loss at all. We don't use those kind of instruments.
At least until your margin called. Then you have to close it. Besides sending a certified letter via mail, yeah, I don't think there's anything else they can do. Jeez. Um, I would say chow. That's primarily dependent upon whether your strategy is going to be. I'm assuming you're going to be using, let's say, an XGB model, LGB, maybe deep learning. Using that as a feature is often going to be dependent upon whether or not it's a spatial temporal strategy primarily.
I'm back, guys. Uh, I would say, guys, maybe wait for a London close. Frozen is streaming if anyone wants to jump on that.
Oh, jeez.
If you guys have questions, you guys can ask it because I don't really have too much. I mean, it's not really doing anything, so I'm just gonna wait until um probably another 9 minutes. Sorry, say that again. Oh, in my other chat, not this chat. How are you structured for your taxes? Kind of don't want to answer that question, Red Pine. Seems a little dangerous. I'll put it this way. I have a Jewish guy doing my taxes. If that answers your question. I don't understand what you're trying to get at. Am I the only confused one here?
He wants to know your social security number. Just the last 4 digits, please. childhood street, favorite pet, where you met your wife.
Sounds like
Any of those will do.
coming from Red Pie, coming from someone who won't even tell us like what state you live in and city. It's like you're asking some fucking. Did you get hacked, Red Pie? I remember the last time I asked you a very general question. You're like, oh, I don't want to say. And now you're asking about my taxes. Yeah, that sounds a lot more personal than what state you live in. I've heard some futures trader, they'll open up a payroll company and do it that way.
Yeah, LLC/S corp, and you're an employee of the company, so that you're not paying taxes on anything but your quote unquote pay, what you pay yourself.
For now, you have to pay the taxes later.
Well, yeah, but you can use the money that's sitting in the quote unquote company's name, and there it will continue to be unrealized capital gains until you liquidate it, which that's the preferred outcome, because that is your working capital for a business.
The beauty with the LLC is that you're paying part of the taxes now on it, then you pay the rest of the taxes later when you need it.
Yes.
Yeah, employment history saying, hey, what did you do the last X years? I was self-employed. They don't like that.
Yeah, I don't think that matters.
Are you
To a bank, it does to the bank. You got to show them numbers, right? If they don't, not number, but not like they have to show.
Yeah. If you're buying, yes, it's pretty complicated because they want extensive records. However, if you've done well enough, what you should be doing is taking an equity margin loan out of your brokerage account and using that to finance your purchasing. Let's say you want a house and you've made a couple $1 million, simply take an equity margin loan, which if you have a direct brokerage relationship, Goldman Sachs is still offering 3.99 or 4.49% on equity margin loans if you are executing or primarily using them as your clearinghouse. Substantially lower than mortgage rates, and then you don't have mortgage insurance or any of the other concerns. Equity margin loans have an indefinite duration/horizon, far cheaper than a mortgage.
Most like Fat Cat to do, but he said it was too. He said no.
That's what I did for my condo that I bought a month ago, a month and a half ago. I simply used an equity margin loan on my long-term investments. It's far simpler.
It's a smarter way.
Oh yeah, because I don't have to liquidate any of my assets. And it's as long as you make your payments you can continue to grow as
That's a white man's trick.
yes.
Most people do the bare minimum when it comes to life insurance. You're right. If you bump it up a notch, you can definitely use that to borrow against.
From my understanding, life insurance is really dependent on how much you make too. It's not like you can just buy a $2 million life insurance policy. Or 10 million or whatever. Like,
Fuck's sakes, man. What a fucking holy fuck.
this shitty ass fucking day.
No, the fucking Google fucking spam, man. It's so retarded. They just keep calling. It's like should have let you listen to that one. That one was quick. The guy hung up pretty quick. The crazy part is I don't even know what they're trying to accomplish. Like I get these spam calls, and then like you eventually you start identifying that the phone number, like some of these phone numbers, and then you're like, so you answer it, and then they don't fucking say anything. They just hang up. It's like they're testing it to see if you answer it, or if it goes to voice. I don't even fucking get it. I don't see the point of wasting the energy in spam calling people to see if they're gonna pick up the phone. It doesn't make
Well,
sense.
I don't know. When I pick up a unknown call, I don't say anything. I let them say something. I just make a sound, to be honest.
I always start swearing profusely, and then usually they just hang up. Well, that works.
No, what I'm trying to get at is you don't want them to, because I mean, forget about AI. I mean, that's even
I know.
scarier. But they used to like take like your what you say, like oh, is this Harvey? And if you say yes, they'll just record that yes, and then they'll do some scammy shit with it. So just be careful.
Yeah, that's why maybe I shouldn't start swearing. Then I should start praising Jesus or something. And then everybody will know that it's not me. Right? Do the reverse.
Yeah.
Fuck. This fucking moves are so slanky lately. It's so annoying. Fuck's sakes, man.
What did you do?
It's a word, slanky. I said it.
Did you go long
I'll
here?
even
or what?
write it. Hold on, let me write it in. Slanky. There you go. That's the word of the day.
Did you go long or what here?
Sorry?
What did you do?
Oh, nothing. That's the problem. Fucking nothing.
Ah, okay.
Trying to find a short here, but it's like it's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, I was interested in that too. So we rejected IB low yesterday, right? Almost to the tick. Almost. Let's see what happens now. Are you in a war zone? What the fuck?
Oh, my, yeah. Sometimes it's like that. It's the environment.
All right. I don't know. Let it close. So let's see what this does. I still wanted to print 0875 before I go looking for shorts. Oh, fucker. Let's see. Slow day, guys. I'm probably gonna cut stream soon, so if you guys have questions, let me know. If not, I'm gonna cut. Any questions? No. All right, guys. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good weekend, everyone. See ya.
Bye bye, you too.
Yeah. Later.